Good morning and welcome to On the Spot Motorsports Media. We are live here at Gainesville Raceway, and hopefully we got our camera problems situated. What's going on right now is we're finishing up the last of gas time runs as we are fixing to go into first round of elimination. And we will start that off with our pro category.
All right, so Chris goes 612 at 111 miles an hour.
So before we get into the nitty-gritty and first round of eliminations.
All right, once again, Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator needs you to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. You start making your way into the staging lanes at this time. I need Super Pro Motorcycles to lane 7, please. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7.
Yeah, hopefully we got our camera issues sorted out. But before we get in first round eliminations, we got to pay some bills, so we'll be right back after these messages.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida at David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Okay, well now that Mr. Green is finally ready. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, I want to ask you to please rise and move your hats. Mr. Green's going to lead us in an invocation. I'll follow it up with our national anthem. This time it gives me great pleasure to introduce Mr. Bill Green.
Thank you, Rick. He is in rare form this morning, folks. It's going to be a long day out here. Okay. Would you please bow with me? Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for the clear skies this morning, Lord. I pray that you'll keep them that way through the duration of this event. Lord, be with the staff that's working hard for us, Lord, to give us a fair and safe racing service. Lord, it's going to be a warm one. Please protect them, give them the stamina they need, and keep them hydrated, Lord. Lord, I just pray that you'll keep us all safe as we go throughout the day. And Lord, I thank you for those that came out in chapel service this morning and started their day with a word from the Lord. Lord, bless them for their efforts. Lord, we just thank you for all your many blessings. Forgive us of our many sins, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
All right. Thank you there, Lily's granddad. And now your national anthem.
What's so bad?
right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get ready for round number 1. Pro Eliminator drivers, let's get loaded up and ready to go. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Round number 1 of the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Our first pair out, we got Mr. Bill Green over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 606 to dial in for the 68 Camaro out of Ocala. Here we go up against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. Oh, Fireball himself. We riding over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 585 dialed in. Green will lead first, and Jeremy will try and catch him. Here we go. And we got green light starts in both lanes. And it looks like we got about 42 now difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Jeremy Davis getting the win as Green breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. So he makes the walk of shame to the first floor of the tower. Bye back in. Andy Lindsay coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 678 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Alachua. He'll be going up against the motorcycle over here in the Budweiser lane. This is bike number 278. Must be a new entry. I don't have his information handy at this time. Hopefully that'll be making its way up here shortly. And we got a clean green line start in both lanes. Looks like we got 36 mile difference at the starting line. Win like Andy Lindsay, 685 on his 678 dial in as the bike slows to a 551 on a 546 dial. Dustin Daniel coming up next. 658 is going to be the dial in for the S10 out of Lake Butler. Here we're up against Brandon Williams over here in the Budweiser lane. 748 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. And Brandon Williams is going to get the win line here as he goes dead on 9. As Dustin Walker's racing out for 6:55 on his 6:58. Georgia Manual coming up next. 7:63 is going to be the 9 length for the 68 no out of High Springs. Then right up against D. Lichty over there in the Budweiser lane out of St. John's, Florida. The 69 Camaro got a 6:64 dial in. All right, we got a clean green line start. In both lanes, 29 difference at the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Georgia Manual getting the win line here. Dead on 8 with an 0.27 reaction time as D. Lichty breaks out by 5 thousandths. Okay, Paul Allen coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 7:02 is going to be the dial in for the 72 Maverick. He's out of Middleburg. Then we're up against Brendan George over here in the Budweiser lane. 6:15 is going to be the dial in for the Pony Pony over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, we got a 22-9 difference at the starting line. Here we go, the strike. Paul Allen gets the win line here. 7:03 on his 7:02 dial in. As Brendan breaks out with a 6:12 on his 6:15. Mel Reisky coming up next. 6:40 the dial in for the 2000 Camaro out of Lecanto. And here we're up against Richard Lindsay over there in the Budweiser lane. 6:51 the dial in for the Ford Mustang. And we got a clean green line start in both lanes. Here we go. The stripe is going to be Mel Reisky getting the win line here on a double breakout. He breaks out by the least amount, moves on into round number 2. Ken Grant coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Driving Jason Rollins' Nova. And he'll run up against Kenny Hires over there in the Budweiser lane. Kenny's out of Hawthorne, Florida. He's got a 7:05 dialed in on his half-ton Chevy truck. Okay, 2,000 separate the two in the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Grant getting the win line here, 585 on an 84 dial in as Hires race out with a 694 on his 705. Bart Pangillian coming up next, 670 the dial in on the Chevy Camaro. They went up against Keith Collins over here in the Budweiser lane, 673 the dial in for the S10 pickup. All right, got a 20,000 difference at the starting line here. And at the stripe, it's going to be Pangillian getting the win line here as he goes dead on 2. Gets the win as Collins breaks out with a 671 on that 673 dial in. Reed Farrar coming up next, the 66 GTO over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against Fallon Roach over here in the Budweiser lane. Fallon's out of St. Augustine, Florida. 858 the dial in for the 2000 Mustang. Okay, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. One of them's real good, one of them's a little late. Green Ferrara is going to get the win light here. 654 on his 53 as Fallon breaks out with an 851 on her 858. Mike Mockney coming up next. Ford Mustang out of Venice, Florida. He'll be running up against Tom Courtney. Courtney's out of High Springs, Florida. He's got 670 dialed in on the Pontiac Trans Am. Mockney with a 642 dialed in on the Mustang. Okay, looks like got about 59,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's Mockney getting the win line here. 647 on his 642 dial in. Courtney goes 671 on a 670 with Courtney behind on the Christmas tree, 019 to an 078. Jeff Barrier coming up next. 773 is the dial in for the Dodge Charger. Here we go up against Lee Hauser over there in the Budweiser lane. 713 is the dial in for Hauser. All right, attention in the pits. Super Pro Motorcycles. Need you in lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles. Need you in lane 7. Come on down. James Evans coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 702 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Ernie Renfro over there in the Budweiser lane. 665 the dial in for the 70 Camaro. He's out of Middleburg. Once again, looking for the Super Pro Motorcycles. Super Pro Motorcycles need you in the staging lanes now. Super Pro Bikes, you're needed in staging lane 7. Okay, win light here is coming off for Ernie Renfro as he goes 671 on that 665 dial in. He was 003 on the tree. And Evans breaks out with a 697 on his 702. Chad King coming up next. 778 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. Going up against Leah Tadero over there in the Budweiser lane. 750 the dial in for the 74 Chevrolet van. All right, attention in the pits. Need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Okay, we got a clean start here in both lanes. Win light's going to come up for Chad King as he goes 784 on his 778 dial in. Leah slows to a 768 on her 750 dial in. Dawson Bass coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 716 the dial in for the 95 Mustang. Going up against Dan Salyers over there in the Budweiser lane. Salyers with a 778 dial in on the 71 Monte Carlo. 5,000 separates the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Dawson Bass getting the win light here as he goes 717 on that 716 dial in. The Salyers car slows to a 780 on that 778 dial in. The margin of victory here is 37/10,000ths of a second. All right, here goes Big John Rollins, your Division II Super Street champion. He's got a 599 dialed in on his Nova. He'll be going up against David Zinke out of Ponte Vedra and his 69 Roadrunner. He's got to be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 747 dialed in. And we got a clean green light starting both lanes. One's good, one's tardy. Let's see how this works out. Works out the way it should. John Rollins gets the win light, 6 flat on that 599 dial in. And Zinke brings out with a 730 on his 747. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 688 is going to be the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. He's out of Wildwood. And he went up against Bob Hodgson over here in the Budweiser lane. Actually, I think that might be Robbie. And at the stripe, it's going to be Gaffney getting the win light here. 690 on that 688 dial in. As Hodgson breaks out with a 617 on his 620 dial in. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles, you're needed in lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. All right, here we go. We got Chris Lease coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Amber Mats over here in the Budweiser lane. Drivers, I'm going to ask you if you would please, if you're a double enter in the car, make sure that you've got the correct number displayed on the vehicle when you come by the tower so that we can get the correct numbers put in the computer for you. So if you're going to be a double entry, make double sure that you've got the correct number on the car when you come up to the make your runs. All right, Chris Lee's got 613 dialed in, 672 for Amber. And the win light's coming on for Amber Bass. She goes 676 on that 672. Chris Lease goes out with a 616 on the 613. My run coming up here next for Mark Gordon. Once again, I'm looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Did you start making your way into the staging lanes? Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. All right, Mark Gordon goes 636 on his 645. All right, once again, looking for Super Pro. Super Pro to the lanes, please. Super Pro. Need you in the staging lanes, please. All right, here we go with the Super Pro motorcycles. Levy Berger is over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 712 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Jacksonville going against Richard Holder, also out of Jacksonville. He's got a 559 dialed in. Okay, 33 down, Jefferson starting line in the stripe. It's going to be Holder getting the win light. 581 on his 556 dial in. That's going to bring up your next pair. We're going to have Dwayne Leachman over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 558 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Wildwood. He'll go up against Sandy Rodriguez Jr. over here in Budweiser Lane. 564 is his dial in. Okay, Leachman's going to get the win light here at 606 on that set 558. You can tell he's having some issues with the bike, but Sandy didn't recognize that, kept pouring the coals to it, and he breaks out by 3 thousandths. All right, here comes Fireball. Jeremy Davis over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Palm Coast, Florida. He's got a 585 dialed in. He'll go up against Anthony Vieira, also out of Palm Coast. He's got a 547 dialed in. Red line start for Fireball is going to give Anthony the automatic win. And Anthony goes through with a 558 on that 547. Jeremy goes 601 on his 585. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up next. 589 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going against Roy Hagedorn over there in the Budweiser Lane. 564 the dial in for the motorcycle out of Venice. Nice place, Venice. Happened a couple of weeks ago, as a matter of fact. You ever go down to Venice? You got to go to Venice Beach. Jenny Jacks. That's the place. Okay, we got a $7 difference between the two at the starting line. Double breakout. Dwayne Schmidt is going to get the win light. He goes 584 on the 589. Hagedorn goes out with a 559 on his 564. Once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Lanes 1 and 2. Overflow will go to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. We'll protect it.
For the Pontiac Firebird, he's at Bradenton. Okay, 35,000 difference in the starting line on a double breakout. Brandon Williams is going to get the win line as he breaks out by 1,000th of a second. Louis broke out by 13. That'll bring up Troy Balker next. He's got a 697 dialed in. He'll run up against Dave Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 501 dial in on his drag strap at St. Augustine. All right, 8,000 separates the two of the starting line. Here we go to the strike win line. It's going to come on for Hicks. 502 on the 501. Troy breaks out with a 694 and his 697 dial in. Chad Kennedy coming up next. 671 the dial in on the Mazda pickup out of Middleburg. Then we're going up against James Hicks Jr. over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Elkton, Florida. 513 is going to be the dial in for the dragster. And we got a clean green light start. 10,000 separates the two of the starting line. Here we go to the strike. Look at Chad Kennedy getting the win line here. 675 on the 71 dial in as Hicks breaks out with a 511 on his 513 dial in. All right, Flying Brian Jones coming up next. 465 is going to be the dial in for the drag show out of Orange Park. He's the title sponsor of this class. He's also got the black trailer sitting over here in staging lane 8. I understand he had some cool water over there in that thing yesterday, so if you get in the staging lanes, you get a little parched, you might check with Brian over there. He's going to be right up against Randy Banger Jr. He's out of Palmetto, Florida. 485 is going to be his dial in. Looks like he's ridden a ride this weekend. It's riding around in Brendan George's dragster. Jones is going to give Randy the automatic win. Randy goes 480 on that 485. Ryan went 463 on his 65. Jeff Ashley coming up next. 492 is going to be the violin for the drag show out of Flemingdale, Georgia. Coming up against Sherby Powell over here in Budweiser Lane. 661 is going to be the violin for the 70 Camaro. He's out of Green Cove Springs. Sounded like it took off good, but it died right there. But he'll get the win light because Sherby didn't realize it and breaks out by 8,000. So Jeff Ashley get the car fixed. He's moving on down the track. So he'll get the win light since Sherby breaks out. So Ashley wins with a 22.75. Dave Cameron's coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 482 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Fort McCoy, Florida. He'll go up against Bobby Trinnell out of Fort White, Florida. 534 is going to be the dial in for the 33 Ford. Okay, 21,000% starting line, and Bobby Trinnell is going to get the win line here as Deborah breaks out with a 480 on his 482 dial in. And Trinnell runs dead on 4. He's at 30 on the tree, so Trinnell moving on into round number 2. Chuck Trotter coming up next. 464 is going to be the dial in for the drag show out of McClenny. And he'll be run up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser Lane. 472 is the dial in for Gary. He's out of Alachua, Florida.
Just go ahead and give you a heads up. I got to get ready to get my car for the first round Sportsman. The next class up is going to be Junior Street, followed by Pro Motorcycle, and then Sportsman, and then Junior Dragsters, all the first round.
Red light started by Chuck Trotter is going to get the automatic win here to Gary Vasquez. Gary goes dead on 2. And Trotter also goes dead on 2, but he was 005 too early. Mike Minacci coming up next. 501 is going to be the dial in for the drag show out of Ocala. Going up against Bob George over here in the Budweiser Lane. 671 the dial in for Bob in his 67 Camaro. All right, need the, what do I need? Get examined. All right, attention to the pits, Need Junior Street, need you to staging lane number 8, please. Junior Street, need you to staging lane 8. I need the Pro Bikes, the lane 7, please. Pro Bikes, need you to lane 7. Sportsman, make your way into lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. 18th now separates the two of the starting line. It's going to be Minacci getting the mid line here, dead on 8 with a 002 reaction time. He puts the 10th thou back together. Bob George was 020 on the tree. He really didn't have a shot. All right, folks, if you're hanging out in the back there, we're not waiting on you today. You need to make sure you got your cars in the lanes ready to go whenever we come up there. So we're not going to be waiting around for you. So if you don't get your car up in the lanes like you're supposed to, we will move on without you. Okay, so the next pair coming out, we're going to have Mark Horton over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Callahan, one of your winners here last night. And he'll be running up against Kurt Carlson. Carlson out of St. Augustine's got a 481 dial in. Looks like he's having some problems with that car. It's motivating back under human power. It could be that, it's got forward gears, you just don't have a reverse apparently. Red light start there for Kurt Carlson. Going to get the automatic win here to Mark Horton. And Horton goes 645 on his 46 dial in. That brings up the next pairs. We're going to have Will Highhouse going up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 477 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Mark Daniels over here in the Budweiser lane. 499 is his dial in. He's out of Jacksonville. All right, attention in the bids, Junior Street, you're needed in lane 8. Junior Street, lane 8. Pro Motorcycles, need you to lane 7. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Sportsman, need you to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Okay, 1,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe on a double breakout. Will Highhouse is going to get the red light here. See him at 473 on that 477. Daniels went at 494 on his 499. Trent Horton coming up next. 495 the dial in for the dragster out of Callahan. He'll go up against Kevin McNichol over here in the Budweiser lane. 586 is his dial in. Red light start for McNichols. Going to give Trent Horton the automatic win. Trent goes to the 490 on his 495. As McNichols goes dead on 4, but he's 11 red. Haley Wright coming up next. 514 is going to be the dial in for the dragster over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And showing up against Vic Singer Jr. Vic with a 646 dial in. His 80 Chevy Monza. Red light started by Haley Wright. It's going to give Vic Singer the automatic win. Vic goes 644 on that 646 dial in. Haley went 512 on 514. Ran Grayson Wright. 495 is going to be his dial in. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll run against Jason Graham out of Jacksonville. Graham with the 65 Chevy 2. He's got a 571 dial in. red line starts a pair, and when Grayson Wright's going to get it, he was 001 red. Jason was 003 red. Jason runs 572 on his 71. Grayson went 491 on his 495. Grayson will pick up the win, move on into round two. That'll bring up Brian Jones over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 464 dial in. Here when it gets Ken Grant over here in the Budweiser lane, 465. Will be the dial in for Ken Grant. So I'll say it's the heads up run here in round one. Okay, Brian Jones gets the win right here as he goes dead on 3 with a 004 reaction time. Grant broke out by 3 thousandths. He was 014. Brendan George coming up next, 486 to dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Andrew Kaiser on Green Coast Brakes. 522 is going to be his dial in. Okay, you're dead even on the starting line. 002 reaction times a pair. And Brendan George is going to get the win line here. 490 on 486. As Kaiser is out with 527, he's 522. Keith Collins Jr. coming up next. He's out of Keystone Heights, 561 to dial in for the C10 truck. Going up against AJ Kelly over there in the Budweiser lane. 465 is the dial in for the dragster out of Jacksonville. Okay, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, double breakout. Keith Collins Jr. is going to get the win right here. So he breaks out by 1 thousandth of a second. And Kelly breaks out by 23 pounds. Zach Collins coming up next. 625 is the dial in for the Vega out of Citrus Springs. He will run up against Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 453 dial in. the win there as he goes dead on 3 with an 0-11 reaction time. Zach Collins went out with a 6:26 on his 6:25 dial in. That's going to bring him 5 run for Ron Schaefer in the 85 Mustang. All right, looks like we're getting ready to go here to Junior Street. Junior Street, y'all should be loaded up and ready to go. Pro Bikes, you're on deck. Pro Bikes, you're on deck. All right, here we go into our Junior Street category, and we're going to have Michael Martin coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 935 is the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Gainesville. Going up against Jacob Richards out of Gainesville. 950 to the dial in over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, start making your way into the staging lanes, please. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters, start making your way to the staging lanes, please. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Let's start making our way to the staging lanes, please. All right, Hunter Dowling coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1090 is going to be the dial in. Going against Molly Banger over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 1010 dialed in. So here we go. As we got our next pair, we got Brooklyn Collins over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 991 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup. Going up against Tanner Mockney over there in the Budweiser lane. 1010 dial in for the Dodge pickup. And it looks like we're 13,000 difference at the starting line between the two. And the win line's going to come on for Collins. 1066 on that 991 as Tanner slows to a 1091 on his 1010. Byron coming up here for Dylan McNichol in the Pontiac Firebird. All right, so McNichol's off and running. Goes through the 903 on that 909 dial-in. All right, that wraps up round number 1 of the junior street categories. We're going over here to the pro bikes. Sportsmen, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsmen, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Junior dragsters, need you to stage in lanes 8 if you're 6 to 9-year-olds. Junior dragsters 10 to 12, need you in lane 2. Junior dragsters 13 and older, lane 1. Need y'all start making your way into the staging lanes, please. Larry Berger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 1099 dial in. Going up against Dwayne Leachman over here in the Budweiser lane. 888 dial in for Leachman. And we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go down to the stripe. Who's going to get there first? Can Berger hold him off or is Leachman going by? Berger holds him off at 1101 on a 1099. Leishman goes too quick trying to get by him. Goes 884 on that 888 dial in. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up next. 920 the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Reginald Harper. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. 959 is going to be the dial in for Harper. He's out of Palm Coast. Okay, we had a 40,000 difference in the starting line between the two. Here we go. The stripe win light's going to come on down there for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. on a double breakout. Schmidt went 917 on that 920. As Harper goes out with a 947 on his 959 dial in. All right, here comes Fireball. Jeremy Davis over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 911 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Bob Boats over here in the Budweiser lane. 1096 is his dial in. Okay, we had a clean start. One of them's 105 on the tree, the other's 276. Let's see how it works out on the top end. It works like it should. Jeremy Davis gets the win line here, 913 on that 911 dial in. As Bob Oates breaks out with a 1089 on his 1096. All right, Anthony Vieira coming up next. He's out of Palm Coast. 877 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Brandon Rodriguez over here in the Budweiser lane. 919 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Bellevue, Florida. And the red light start there for Brandon Rodriguez is going to give Anthony Vieira the automatic red light. All right, so it looks like that wraps up that first round of the pro motorcycles. So it looks like we're getting ready to go over here to Sportsman. All right, looks like our first pair coming out here in Sportsman, we're going to have Jeff Barrier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1218 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger, excuse me. Going up against the 71 Monte Carlo with Dan Salyers. Salyers with a 1238 dial in. So a little bit of advantage goes to Salyers here on the starting line. Okay, we got a clean green light start. And here we go down to this strike. Who's going to get it? Is it going to be Barrier? Is it going to be Salyers? Win light comes on for Dan Salyers. 1238 on the 1238. Good run there for Salyers. As Barrier breaks out with the 1213 on the 1218 dial. Dennis Harsh coming up next. 1219 is going to be the dial in for the Infinity. He's out of Gainesville. He'll run up against Tim Papper over there in the Budweiser lane. 1174 the dial in for Papper. And here we go at the finish line. The win light's going to come on for Tim Papper. 1206 on that 1174 dial in. And Harsh slows to a 1240 on his 1219. Mitchell Gunner coming up next. Here we go here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Tom Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane. 11 flat to dial in for Courtney in the Pontiac Trans Am. Gunner with a 1356 dialed in. Okay, we got a 49-pound difference in the starting line. And here we go to the finish line. Your win line's going to come on down there for Mitch Gunner as he goes 1357 on a 56 dial in as Courtney breaks out. 1091 on that 11 flat. Dawson Bass coming up next. 1230 is going to be the dial in. Mustang out of Jacksonville. He'll be going up against Blake Scott over here in Budweiser lane at 1106. Will be his dial in driving the Dodge Challenger. Okay, we got 20,000 difference at the starting line and the stripe. The win line's going to come on down there for Blake Scott. Double breakout. He breaks out by the least amount. He'll move on into round number 2. Let's go bring up Chad King next. He's out of Gainesville, driving the S10 pickup truck. Here we got a 1240 dialed in, going up against Kenny Hires over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Hawthorne, Florida. He's got a 1101 dial in. Okay, your win line came on for Chad King as he goes 1253 on that 1240 dial in. Kenny Hires goes 1111 on that 1101. Chris Courtney coming up next, 1103 the dial in on the Pontiac Trans Am. Going up against David Muscard out of Beverly Hills, Florida in the 72 Dodge Demon. He's got 1118 dialed in. And we got a clean start in both lanes. One of them's a little tardy though. Let's see how this works out down on the top end. Win line's going to come on for David Muscard as he goes 1122 on that 1118 dial in. As Courtney breaks out at 1101 on his 1103 dial in. Monica Roberts coming up next. She'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1258 is going to be her dial in. She'll run up against Jen Robards over there in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 1294 dialed in. So let's see how Lily's mom does here in round number 1. Okay, we got a clean green light start. One's pretty good, one's a little late. Here we go to the stripe, and your win light's going to come on down there for Monica Roberts. She goes through the 1261 on her 1258. Rovarch goes out with a 1298 on her 1294 dial in. That'll bring up Bob Hoxton next. Hoxton with 11 flat dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going against Jake Dickinson over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 1692 dialed in. And it's going to be Bob Hoxton getting the win line here as he goes 11:10 on an 11 flat dial in. As Dickinson goes through with a 1699 on his 1662 dial in. And your buy run coming up here next for Bart Pangillion, driving the Chevy Corvette. And that's going to bring us up to the junior dragsters. So our 6 to 9-year-olds are going to be the first ones out. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need super gas lanes 5 and 6, please, for round 1. Super gas lanes 5 and 6, please, for round 1. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need super gas lanes 5 and 6 for round 1. Super gas lanes 5 and 6 for round number 1. All right, so here we go with our junior dragsters. It looks like we're going to have Hudson Mats coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1375 is going to be the dial in. Going against car number 243X over here in the Budweiser lane. This is got a 1225 dialed in. All right, red line start there for Hudson Mats. Going to give the automatic win over here to the Budweiser lane. Okay, we got our next pair coming up here as we've got car number 284 and car 254. All right, red light comes over there from the Lucas Oil lane, 1193 and then 1190 dial in. Budweiser lane broke out with 1197 on 12 flat. That'll bring up Kylie Mockney next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 1190 is her dial in. All right, super gas, needs your lanes 5 and 6 for round 1. Super gas, needs your lanes 5 and 6 for round 1. Come on down. All right, so Kylie goes through 1193 on that 1190 dial in. Once again, looking for super gas, lanes 5 and 6 for round 1. Super gas, lanes 5 and 6 for round 1. Come on down, super gas. All right, here we go. We got Molly Banger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be her dial in. Going up against Wyatt Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 908 will be his dial in. Okay, we got a clean green line start both lanes. Looks like we got 41 pound difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Molly Banger getting the win light here at 896 on her 890 dial in as Hicks goes through with a 911 on his 908. Bring up Aaron Kennedy next. 895 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Middleburg. And he went up against Caden Holdaway out of Henry, Florida. 890 will be his dial in. Red line start there for Aaron Kennedy. He's going to get Caden Holloway the automatic win. All right, Sierra Haight coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 896 is going to be her dial in. Going over this Lincoln McMaster over there in the Budweiser lane. Lincoln turns the light red. Going to get the automatic win here to Sierra Haight. Sierra's going to go with an 883 on her 896. Lincoln goes 881 on his 890. Xander Cook coming up next. 890 is going to be the dial in. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Weston Daniel over here in Budweiser lane. 891's his dial in. All right, 13th down, separating the two at the starting line. And here we go. The stripe win line's coming on for Xander Cook as he goes dead on 9, picks up the win. Weston Daniel goes dead on 4. And can I get the win light? 81 10,000ths of a second was the difference at the finish line. All right, Tyler Biddle coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Got an 898 dialed in. Went up against Scarlett Hicks. She'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 929 dialed in. All right, Tyler Biddle picking up the win line here, 926 on his 898 dial in. And Scarlett Hicks goes 931 on her 929. She was a little bit late on the Christmas tree. And Biddle was pretty good as he was 040. And unfortunately, Scarlett starts with a 3. horse coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 892 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Ryan Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. 890 will be his dial in. Okay, win lights coming off the rider horse. I see you guys still an 899 on the 892. Blake Jones coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 892 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against Carson Murphy over there in Budweiser lane. And we got 1 mile separates the two at the starting line, and that stripe is going to be Blake Jones getting the win light here at 887 on his 892. Yes, Murphy breaks out also with an 891 on his 902. Johnny Moxley coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. All right, Tanner Mockney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 894 is going to be his dial in. He'll run against Briella Browning over there in the Budweiser lane. 890 will be her dial in. Came on there for Briella Browning as Tanner Botany turned on the red light with a 009. And Byron coming up here now for Waylon Bennett. station in the pits. Steve Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles. Take you back to staging lane number 7, Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. All right, here we go. We got Curtis Peak over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 790s is dialed in. Going against Savannah Highhouse over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 793 dialed in. Looks like you got 19,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your wind lights coming on down there for Curtis Peak on a double breakout. That'll bring up Gavin Giddings next. 843 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Callahan, Florida. And went up against Matthew Peterson. 790 will be his dial in over here on the Budweiser lane. Start there for Giddings. Going to give Matthew Peterson down the red line. All right, Haley Peterson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 812 is going to be her dial in. She's out of Punta Gorda, Florida. And we'll be going up against Gianna Edelman over here in the Budweiser lane. 790 will be her dial in. Okay, we got 30,000 difference at the starting line. And your wind light's going to come on for Edelman. As she goes 814 on that 790 dial in, as it looks like Haley Peterson having some problems with her car. She's slowing way down out there. So we may end up having to go out there and see about moving them off the track. I think she's still moving along though. All right, so we're going to be on hold here for just a couple moments while we go down there and get the car off the raceway.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida at David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
Alright, here looks like we got our last of our junior dragsters to get out of the track. It's going to be Dylan McNichol. 797 is going to be his dial in.
Wrong class. We're going to Super Yes.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Round number one, Super Gas. And we're going to have Jeff Ashley coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Bloomingdale, Georgia, going up against J.J. Brock out of Pickens, Georgia. Driving the Chevy Camaro. Okay, we got a clean start in both lanes, and you're going to have J.J. Brock getting the win line here. He had a perfect reaction time at 6:30.17 on his 6:30 dial-in. Jeff Ashley breaks out by 5 thousandths. Joey Anderson coming up next. Louisville, Georgia, 62. Nova Wagon. Going up against Darius. Darius is out of Columbus, South Carolina. And the win line's going to come on for Darius over there as he goes 6:32, 125. Bergeron coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Jessup, Georgia. He'll run up against Randy Lord over here in the Budweiser lane on the 77 Vega out of Pittsburgh, Georgia. And your win line's going to come on over there for Daryl Bergeron. He goes 6:32 on that 6:30 dial-in. That'll bring up Dennis Bergeron next. He's out of Scriven, Georgia. He'll drop the Dodge Dakota going up against Mike Beck in the 65 Falcon out of Gainesville, Georgia. And win line's coming off Mike Beck as he goes dead on one. And gets the win. Bergeron breaks out with a 6:17 on that 6:30 index. Craig Miller coming up next. Out of Savannah, Georgia. He'll run up against Tracy Barnes out of Jackson, Georgia in the Chevy 2 Nova. Okay, win line's going to come on in there for Tracy Barnes, dead 8 with a no 24 reaction times. Good run there for Barnes as Miller breaks out with a 6:29 on that 6:30. Jason McCandless coming up next out of Naples, Florida, going up against Roman Salter out of Guyton, Georgia, the 91 Trans Am. Starting both lanes here, we got the strike win lights coming on for Jason McCandless, 6:33 on that 6:30 dial-in. Roman Salter goes dead on 6, but he cannot get the win light to pop on as he was behind on the Christmas tree, 041 to a 009. So 65 10,000ths of a second was the difference in the strike. Roy DeWitt coming up next out of Bloomingdale, Georgia, the 57 Chevrolet, running against Ken Buckner out of Millville, Georgia. His 68 Camaro. And it's going to be Roy DeWitt getting the win line here, 6:36 on that 6:30 index as Ken Buckner breaks out, 6:27 on his 6:30. That'll bring up Chris Lewis out of Rincon, Georgia. He'll go up against Tim Powell. He's out of Ty, Georgia. Maryland Corvette. Okay, red line started up for Chris Lewis. Is going to give Powell the automatic win light. Powell got a 628 on that 630. Lewis went dead on 3, but unfortunately was dellowed by a red. Big Singer coming up next. Singer at the wheel of the Chevy Monza over there on the Lucas Oil lane. He's out of Summerfield, Florida. And Michelle Ledsby out of Panama City Beach. She's going to be over here in the Budweiser lane in her Chevy Corvette. And a red line started there by Big Singer. Just going to give the automatic win here to Michelle Ledsby. And your buy run coming up next. All right, Blake Evans coming up next. He's out of Sylvania, Georgia. 38 Chevy Roadster. All right, here we go back into round number 2 of Pro Eliminator. Jeff Barrier over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 775 the dial in for the Dodge Charger. Going against Keith Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. 672 the dial in for the S10 pickup. We got a clean green light start in both lanes. And here we go. The stripe to the red lights coming off for Collins. He goes 674 on the 72 dial in. And he'll pick up the win. Barrier breaks out by 2 thousandths. Andy Lindsay coming up next. 684 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang out of Alachua. He'll run up against Chris Lease over here at the Budweiser lane. Lease with a 616 dial in. All right, we got a clean green light start. And Andy Stripe is going to be Andy Lindsay getting the red line here. So he goes 684 on that 684 dial in. So a good run there for Andy as Chris Lease breaks out. Mark Horton coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Callahan, Florida, going up against Fireball. Jeremy Davis over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 581 dial in. And a red line started by Jeremy Davis is going to give Mark Horton the automatic win. And Horton goes through the 637 with his 637 dial in. Fireball goes 585 on his 581. Chad King coming up next. 782 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck out of Gainesville. He'll run against Anthony Vieira. He's got a 557 dialed in. He's out of Palm Coast, Florida. Okay, red light's coming off for Chad King as he goes 782 on his 782 dial-in. Anthony goes 580 on his 557. Bob Hoxton coming up next. 694 is going to be the dial-in. He'll be going up against Brandon Williams. He's got a 747 dialed in on the Pontiac Firebird out of Bradenton. Okay, we got a clean green light start. Looks like 11th now. Separates the two at the starting line and the stripe. It's going to be Dustin Daniel getting the win light here as he goes dead on forward, picks up the win. Tom Courtney breaks out. 668 on his 670 dial in. Reed Farrar coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 653 dial in on the 66 GTO. Going up against Travis Marchand and his 69 Camaro over here in the Budweiser lane. Marchand with a 586 dial in. Red line started by Reed Farrar is going to give Travis Marchand the automatic win. Travis goes through with a 587 on his 586. Reed also went a little too quick with a 650 on his 653. George Emanuel coming up over here next. He's 763 the dial in for the Nova out of High Springs. Going up against Dan Sayers over here in the Budweiser lane. 785 is the dial in for the Monte Carlo. He's out of Redding, Florida. And we got a clean green line start. Looks like 60 miles separates the two at the starting line. And it's going to be George Emanuel getting the win light here, 771 on his 763. Sayers goes 787 on his 785. Sayers was behind on the Christmas tree by that 60,000. All right, Bill Green coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Green with a 605 dial in. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane, and it looks like Richard Lindsay may be having problems with his car. So it looks like this is going to be a competition bye for Bill Green. All right, so Bill Green goes 603 on that 605. All right, Bell Risky coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 640 dial in on his 2000 Chevy Camaro. Going up against D. Lichty over there in the Budweiser lane. 664 is the dial in for his 69 Camaro. He's out of St. John's, Florida. Okay, win line's going to come off for D. Lichty on a double red line start. James James Evans coming up next. 698 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang, going up against Robbie Hodgson over there in the Budweiser lane. 620 is going to be his dial in. And the win line comes on over there for James Evans. He goes 7 flat on that 698 as Hodgson breaks out by 3 thousandths. That's going to bring up Paul Allen next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Jimmy Hall over here in Budweiser lane. Hall with a 714 dial in. Red line start there for Jimmy Hall is going to get Paul Allen the automatic win. Hall goes 705 on his 704 dial in, and Jimmy Hall breaks out by 1,000. Bart Van Gillian coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 670 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going up against Leah Tadero over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 753 dial in.
And Bart picked up the win right there. Wow, dead on with the 1 over there in Budweiser lane. I think that's Lee Hauser. Fallon Roach in the burger. All right,
Ken Grant
there we
coming
go.
up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 582 is the dial in for the Chevy Nova. Going up against Fallon Roach over here in the Budweiser lane. Fallon with an 849 dial in. And here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Jason. Ken Grant getting the win line here as he goes 599 on that 82 dial in. Fallon bows out with an 861 on her 849. David Zinke coming up next. He's out of Ponte Vedra, Florida, in the 69 Roadrunner. Going up against Brendan George over here in the Budweiser lane. 616 the dial in for the Phony Pony. Okay, on a double breakout, Brendan George is going to pick up the win line. We got Big John Rollins coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 6 flat is going to be the dial in. He'll go up against Dawson Bass over here in the Budweiser lane. 718 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Red light started by John Rollins. He's going to get Bass the automatic win. And Bass goes through the 721 on that 718. Rollins breaks out by 5 thousandths as well as going 001 red. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. I need Junior Street, lane 8, Junior Street. Start making your way into staging lane number 8, please. The Super Pro bikes, and we're going to have Blaine Schmidt Jr. over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 583 is his dial in. Going up against Richard Holder over here in the Budweiser lane. 560 will be his dial in. fireball over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Sandy Rodriguez Jr. And Sandy's going to get the win line here as he goes 564 and a 63 dial. And Jeremy goes out with a 583 on his 581. Anthony Vieira coming up next out of Palm Coast. 559 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He run up against Roy Hagedorn over here in Budweiser lane. 561 is the dial in. He's out of Venice, Florida. All right, once again, looking for Junior Street, lane 8. Junior Street needs you to lane 8. Needs Super Pro cars. Super Pro cars. The lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro needs you to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Attention in the bids, attention in the bids. Sportsman, make your way to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman. Make your way to lanes 5 and 6. All right, folks, you're going to have to come off the wall there. We can't allow y'all to be sitting on the wall there. So come on, please move out of the way. Sorry about that. We appreciate it. Got plenty of room up in the stands for you. All right, here we go. Round number 2 of our Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. And we got Brandon Williams coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 746 is going to be the dial in on the Pontiac Firebird. And we're up against Ron Schaefer over here in the Budweiser lane. 638 is going to be the dial in for the 85 Mustang. And we got a red light start there on Brandon Williams. It's going to give Ron Schaefer the automatic win light. Schaefer goes into the 641 on that 638 dial in. Williams also broke out as he went 744 on his 746. Flying Brian Jones coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 464 is going to be his dial in. Running up against Randy Banker Jr. out of Palmetto, Florida. 482 is going to be the dial in there in the Budweiser lane. right, we're in the clean green line starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. He's going to be Bayer getting the win line here. He was 484 and 482. Brian Jones was 465 on a 64 dial in, but he was behind on the Christmas tree, 018 to an 052. All right, that's going to bring up Louis, Two Shoes Galley. Going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track with Chevy Corvette out of Fort White. Here we're up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Dave Hicks with a 502 dial in. He's out of St. Augustine, Florida. All right, we got 4,000 separating the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Luke Galley hitting the win line here. 561 on that 59 dial in as Hicks breaks out with a 5 flat on a 502. There were 001 and 005 on the Christmas tree. Jeff Ashley coming up next. 492 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Bloomingdale, Georgia. He'll go up against James Hicks Jr. He's out of Elkton, Florida. 512 is going to be his dial in. Hicks, he goes 512 with a 1 on a 512. He was 013 on the tree, put a 14 down back together. Ashley was 025, but breaks out by 15 thousandths. Grayson Wright coming up next. 491 is going to be the dial in for the dragster over there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Mark Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. 645 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. All right, once again, Junior Street, need you to staging lane number 8, please. Junior Street, need you in staging lane number 8. Sportsman, need you back to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Pro Motorcycle, lane 7. Okay, Grayson Wright's going to get the win light here on a double red light start. He was 009 red, Horton wasn't even close. Dave Demarest coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 480 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Fort McCoy, Florida. Coming up against Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 453 is the dial in. He's out of Elkton, Florida. Red light started by Kelly Hicks. It's going to give Dave Demarest the automatic win. Demarest goes dead on 3. He was 010 on the tree. Hicks was 002 red. Went 454 on a 53 dial in. That brings up Chuck Trotter. He's out of McClenny, Florida. 465 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Sherby Powell over here in Budweiser lane. Sherby's got a 660 dial in on his 70 Camaro out of Green Coast Springs. green light start, 14th now, separate the two at the starting line, and Sherby Powell gets the win light. 661 on his 660 dial in. As Trotter goes out with his 468 on his 465 dial in. Troy Volker coming up next, 693 dial in for the S10 pickup out of Ocala. Going up against Andrew Kaiser from there. Okay, Andrew Kaiser out of Green Cove Springs, got a 525 dialed in. Still right over here in Budweiser Lane. Okay, we got 23,000 difference at the starting line here. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Kaiser getting the win light, 526 on his 25 dial in. As Troy goes out with 696 on his 693 dial in. Will Highhouse coming up next. 474 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's going to run up against Zach Collins out of Citrus Springs, the 77 Vega. Over here in the Budweiser Lane, Collins with a 625 dial in. Okay, one of them's got a perfect reaction time. The one that just won. Highhouse goes 480 on a 474. He has a perfect reaction time. That should give you the bye run here in the next round. He'll go, Zach Collins went 635 on his 625. Chad Kennedy coming up next. 672 is going to be the dial in on the Mazda truck out of Middleburg. He'll go up against Bobby Trinnell, 33 Ford Roadster over here in the Budweiser Lane. He's got a 534 dial in. He's out of Fort White. All right, got a clean start in both lanes, and the win line's going to come on down there for Bobby Trinnell. He goes 536 on that 34 dial in. As Chad Kennedy's truck slowed to a 678 on the 72. Chad actually had better reaction time, 006 to an 018. Haley Wright coming up next. 511 is going to be the dial in. She's out of Middleburg. She'll go up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser Lane. He's got a 472 dial in. Red line start for Haley Wright's going to give Gary Vasquez the automatic win. Here he goes 471 to 72 dial in. Now to bring up Keith Collins Jr. over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 563 dial in the S10 pickup. Here we going up against Jason Graham over here in the Budweiser Lane. 572 is the dial in for the 65 Chevy 2. though breaks out. Jason Graham's going to get the win light. He goes 571 on that 572 dial in. Jason breaks out by 6. Keith broke out by 7. Brendan George coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 486 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Kevin McNichol over here in the Budweiser lane. 586 is his dial in. And we got clean green light starting both lanes. 7th now is the difference at the starting line. The win light's coming off from Brendan George. He goes dead on 9 and gets the win light. He was ahead on the Christmas tree, 011 to an 018. All right, here we go. We got Bob George over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 675 is going to be the dial in. Going against Kurt Carlson over here in the Budweiser lane. 485 the dial in for the dragster. And a red light start there for Bob George. Going to get Kurt Carlson the automatic win. All right, here we go. We got Brian Jones coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 466 is the dial in. Going against AJ Kelly over here in the Budweiser lane. 461 is his dial in. All right, here we go. Kent Grant over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Trent Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. Win light. Kent Grant 466 on a 65. He was 001 on the tree. Trent Horton goes dead on 3 when he's at a 16. Can't get the wind light to come on. 77 10,000ths of a second was the difference in the strike. Big Singer coming up next. 644 is the dial in for the Chevy Monza. He's out of Summerfield. Going up against Mark Daniels over there in the Budweiser lane. 495 is going to be the dial in. Daniels is out of Jacksonville. And we got another red line started. Mark Daniels will get the win line here as he hit the better of the 2 red lights. And Daniels goes dead on 5. Singer goes 645-1 on his 644. Mike Bonacci looks like he's going to be your buy run here in round number 2. 501's his dial in. All right, Junior Street, y'all should load up and be ready to go. Junior Street, get loaded up and ready to go. You're next out. Okay, Bonacci goes 514 on that 501 dial in. All right, here we go with Junior Street. Tension of the bits. I need junior dragsters. Start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, need you back to the lanes. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2. 13 and older in lane 1. Junior dragsters, start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. All right, here we go in round 2 of Junior Street. Michael Martin over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 939 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Molly Banger over here in the Budweiser lane. 1040 is her dial in. Okay, so we got a clean start in both lanes. One of them was pretty good, one of them was a little late. And Molly Banger is going to get the win line here. She goes 1041 on that 1040 dial in. As Martin slows to a 976 on his 939. Dylan McNichol coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 905 dialed in on that Pontiac Trans Am. And he'll be going up against the Volkswagen of Jacob Richards over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 1050 dialed in. He's out of Gainesville. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes. Looks like we got 19 thou difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Dylan McNichol getting the win line here as he goes 917 on his 905. As Richards goes out with a 1074 on a 1050. Brooklyn Collins coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 991 is going to be her dial in. Showing up against Tanner Mockney over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 1015 dialed in. All right, red line start there for Collins. It's going to give Tanner Mockney the automatic win. Tanner goes through with a 1096 on that 1015. Byron coming up here for Hunter Dowling. wraps up Junior Street round 2 as we're getting ready here for Pro Bikes. All right, here we go. Round 2 of Pro Bikes, and we're going to have Bob Moats over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1088 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Ocala, Florida. They're right up against Reginald Harper over there in Budweiser Lane. 948 is going to be his dial in. All right, we got a clean green light start. One of them is all right, one's real late. And it's going to be Harper hitting the win light here as he goes through the 984 on that 948 dial in. And as Bob Moats goes through 1103 on his 1088. All right, they're going to bring up Fireball. Jeremy Davis over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 909 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Brandon Rodriguez. So here in the Budweiser lane, he's got a 905 dial in. So just about heads up right here. Okay. One's got a 021, the other one's got a 221. And Fireball's going to get the win. Goes 916 on that 909 as Brandon Rodriguez breaks out with a 902 on his 905 dial in. Dwayne Leachman coming up next. 886 to dial in for the bike out of Wildwood. Going up against Anthony Vieira out of Palm Coast, Florida. He's got an 877 dial in. Okay, red light start by Leachman's going to give Anthony Vieira the automatic win. Anthony goes through an 888 to a 9 flat for Leachman. Larry Berger coming up next. 1099 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against Lane Schmidt Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 926 is going to be his dial in. Start both lanes, and the win light's going to come on down there for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. as he goes 926 with a 3 on his 926 dial in. Berger goes out 1121 on the 1099 dial in. All right, here we go to Sportsman. Pangilian Lucas Oil side of the track, 1257 is going to be the dial in for the Corvette out of Melrose. And Dan Salyers is going to be over here in Budweiser lane. 1240 is the dial in on the 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Reading. This is going to be, I think they hooked up in round one. Dan Gillian got the better of him in round one, so Salyers looking for a little redemption here. Let's see if he's going to get it. All right, 3,000 separate the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Van Gillian getting the win line again. On a double breakout, he went 12:54 on a 57. Salyers went 12:37 on a 12:40. Dennis Harsh coming up over here. 12:19 is going to be his dialed in. Going against Mitch Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 13:57 the dial in for the Dodge Charger. And we got 50,000 difference in the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. Your win line's going to come on down there for Mitch Gunner. On a double breakout, Mitch is going to pick up the win line and move on into the next round. All right, Blake Scott coming up next. He's out of Pinetta, Florida, the 2017 Dodge Challenger. Going up against David Muscard in his 72 Dodge Demon. He's out of Beverly Hills, Florida. He's got 1120 dialed in. All right, 29,000 difference at the starting line here, and then the stripe, your win line's going to come on down here for David Muscard as he goes dead on 4 with a 003 reaction time. He puts a 7th mile pack together. He was going to be tough. Scott goes out with a 11:05 on his 11:07. Chris Courtney coming up next. 11:02 is the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am out of Gainesville. Going up against Jeff Barrier over here in the Budweiser lane. 12:10 the dial in for the Dodge Charger. And we got 10,000 separated the two at the starting line. This one should be pretty close. Here we go. And the red line's going to come on for Chris Courtney as he goes 11:07 on that 11:02. Jay Dickinson coming up next. 1690 the dial in for the 86 Chevy pickup. Going against Kenny Hires. He's out of Hawthorne. He's got the 81 half-ton truck. He's got 1110 dialed in. So Kenny Hires is going to have patience of Joe here as he's going to be watching that truck get out of sight before he can even take off and start chasing him. And here he comes. Kenny's got a shot at it. And at the stripe, the win line's going to come on for Kenny Hires as he goes through 11:15 on 11:10 dial in. Jay Dickinson goes out with a 17:01 on his 1690 dial in. Kenny was 008 on the tree to an 082 for Jay. Chad King coming up next. 12:38 the dial in for the S10 pickup truck over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be running up against Tom Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane. 11 flat the dial in for the Trans Am. He's out of High Springs. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super gas. Super gas. Need you back to lanes 5 and 6, please. Super gas. Need you back to lanes 5 and 6. Okay, we got a clean start in both lanes. One's real good, one's way late. One is good, just won the race. Chad King goes 12:42 on a 38 dial in. He was 002 on the tree. Courtney breaks out with a 1077 on that 11 flat dial in. Dawson Bass coming up next. 12:30 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang out of Jacksonville. Going up against Monica Roberts over here in the Budweiser lane. And her Chevy Camaro out of Ocala. She's got 12:56 dialed in. Red line start by Dawson Bass is going to give Monica Roberts the automatic win. Monica's 023 on the Christmas tree. And she's going to go through the beams down there with a 1254 on that 56 dial in. Jen Robards coming up next. She's got 13 flat dialed in on her little S10 pickup truck. She'll run up against Bob Hoxton over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 11 flat dialed in on his half-ton truck. So Robards gets a 2-second head start here. Red line start for Hoxton. It's going to give Jen Robards the automatic win. And Jen goes through with a 1298 on that 13 flat. All right, attention in the pits, Super gas, back to lanes 5 and 6, please. Super gas, need you back to lanes 5 and 6, please. Okay, my junior dragsters, y'all should be all in the lanes at this time. We're going out with our 6 to 9-year-olds right now. Should have my 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2 and 13 and older in lane 1. I do need to get Super Gas back to the lane. Super Gas, need you back in lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, Hudson Matt's coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1380 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Rick Caves over there in the Budweiser lane. 1190 is his dial in. Red light start for Hudson Matt's. Going to give Rick Caves the automatic win light. Okay, now to bring up our next pair is we're going to have Kylie Botany over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got 1190 dialed in, going up against Bradley Holdaway over there in the Budweiser lane. Johnny Moxley coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 899 is going to be the dial in. Going against Carson Murphy over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 892 dial in. All right, we got 24,000 left. So the starting line, the win line is going to come off the Carson Murphy on a double breakout. 892. Moxley goes 887 on an 899. Aaron Kennedy coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 892 is his dial in. Going up against Scarlett Hicks. She'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. 930 is her dial in. Okay, so we got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go. And at the stripe, the win line's coming off for Aaron Kennedy as he goes 896 on that 892 dial in. And Scarlett breaks out with a 922 on her 930 dial in. Tyler Biddle coming up next. 895 is going to be a dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Weston Daniel over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 891 dial in. Blake Jones over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Briella Browning. She's over here in the Budweiser lane. She also has an 890 dialed in. All right, we got 7,000 difference in the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. The win line's coming off of Briella Browning. She goes 893 on that 890 dial in. And Blake Jones goes 895 on his 890. All right, Grayson Eldman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 891 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Caden Holdaway. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 890 dialed in on his car. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. One's pretty good, one's a little late. And that stripe is going to be Edelman getting the win light here, 894 on an 891 dial in. As Kate Holdaway bows out with an 893 on his 890 dial in. Xander Cook coming up next. 890 will be his dial in, going up against Tanner Botany over there in the Budweiser lane. Tanner with an 890 dial in as well. Okay, win light's going to come on over there for Tanner Botany as he goes through with a 904 on that 890 dial in. Xander goes 894 on that 890, but he was behind on the Christmas tree by a pretty good bit. Tanner gets him on that hole shot. Ryan Cook coming up next. 890 is his dial in. Going up against Lincoln McMaster over here in the Budweiser lane. 890 is Lincoln's dial in. Okay, looks like that 4,000 separate the two at the starting line. So it's really pretty close here. And the win line's going to come on down there for Ryan Cook as he goes 891 with a 7 on an 890. Lincoln goes 891.9 on his 890. And you only had 4,000 separated the two at the starting line. So 66 10,000ths of a second was the margin of victory. And Byron coming up here for Ryder Horse. All right, attention in the pits, Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator back to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4 for round 3. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator needs you back to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4 for round number 3. Super Pro Motorcycles need you back to lane 7, please. Super Pro Bikes need you back to lane 7, please. All right, attention in the pits. The Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, with overflow to 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, with overflow to 3 and 4. Start making your way to the staging lanes, please. Pro Eliminator. A.D. Peterson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 812 is going to be her dial in. Going against Gavin Giddings. He's over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 848 dial in. Red line start by Giddings. Going to get that back right here to A.D. Peterson. Haley goes through with a 823 on her 812 dial in. That'll bring up Juliana Edelman next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got a 790 dial in. She's heading down to Lakes, Florida. Going up against Savannah Highhouse over here at the Budweiser lane. 790 is the dial in for Savannah. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator, need you back to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you to staging lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you back to staging lane number 7, please. Red line started by High House is going to give Elton the automatic win. There's the race, 789 on that 799 win. Dylan McNichol coming up next. 792 is going to be his dial in. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Matthew Peterson there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 798 dial in. Okay, Matthew Peterson gets the win light here as he goes 792 on that 790 dial in. And McNichol goes out with a 794 when he goes 792. And Peterson was a hit on the Christmas tree at 042 to a 123. My run coming up here next for Curtis Peak. All right, once again, need your attention in the pits, I need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator back to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you back to lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, need you back to lane 7, please. Curtis goes through with a 785, we'll get a 790 dial in. All right, we're going to do a little track prep, and then we're going to come back and go ahead and get into super gas. So, I do need Pro Eliminator back to lanes 1 and 2, Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2, need Super Pro Motorcycles back to lane 7, Super Pro Bikes lane 7.
All right, while some track pair up is being done to the track, we're going to pay some bills real quick. First of all, we want to thank everyone joining On the Spot Motorsports Media today here at Gainesville Raceway for race number 10 of the Scorpion ET Bracket Series. Want to remind everybody, don't miss the show this Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. We will have Pro Stock driver Kenny Delco joining us. We're going to talk about some of the improvements that he's made to his program since the 2023 season. And he's been doing pretty well, getting qualified for quite a few races. So we're going to talk about that. And then, of course, this coming Sunday, next week, we're going to have Chris Parisi on and a few others, the owners of Culverts and the man behind Power Transmission. So we're going to have him on. So we're looking forward to that. If you're in the Jacksonville area, come on down. We'll have the directions or address on our website, Facebook page. Come join the fun. I think there's going to be some freebies that's going to be given out as well. So come join us. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after these messages.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
Source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
we're going to be on standby for just a few minutes here, and we'll get back underway here shortly. Just bear with us just a few minutes. getting ready to go in here, super gas. So super gas, let's get loaded up, ready to go, please. Super gas, let's get ready to go. All right, here we go into super gas, and we got Dennis Bergeron coming up over here on the source on the track. Going up against Jeff Ashley over there in the Budweiser lane. Bergeron out of Scriven, Georgia in the Dodge Dakota. Ashley out of Bloomingdale, Georgia in the Chevy Camaro. All right, 4,000 separating the two at the starting line. Hitting the stripe, it's going to be Ashley hitting the win line here, 6:32 on a 6:30. Good run there for him. Bergeron went 6:35 on a 6:30. Joey Anderson coming up next, 6:30. Of course, all these going to be 6:30. 62 Chevy Wagon going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Louisville, Georgia. Going against J.J. Brock out of Pickens, Georgia. He'll be in the Chevy Camaro there in the Budweiser lane. All right, I should have Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator in lanes 1 and 2. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles, you should be in lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. All right, J.J. Brock picked up the win there as Joey Anderson went too quick. 6:28 on that 6:30. Daryl Bergeron coming up next in the Dodge Dakota. He's out of Jessup, Georgia, going up against Ken Buckner out of Ellabelle, Georgia, in the 68 Camaro. All right, 9,000 separated the two at the starting line at this track. It's going to be Bergeron getting the win line there as Buckner is 6:02 on that 6:30. So he was airing it out. All right, Jason McCandless coming up next. He's out of Naples, Florida, in the Corvette, and he'll be going against Tim Powell. He's out of Ty, Georgia, also driving the Corvette. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. Starts in both lanes. And at the stripe, it's going to be Powell going through with a 6:33 getting the win light over McCallum, who went 6:32. Obviously, Powell had a better reaction time. He was up 27 for 0:59. Roy DeWitt coming up next, 57 Chevrolet out of Libertyville, Georgia, going up against Darius Pointier. He's out of Columbus, South Carolina. The Pontiac Firebird over there on the Budweiser side. Looks like we have 12 difference at the starting line. And Darius is going to get the win light here, 6:31 on that 6:30. Good run there for Darius. As DeWitt goes out with a 6:36 on his 6:30. Rowan Salter coming up next. He's out of Guyton, Georgia, the 91 Trans Am. Running up against Tracy Barnes out of Jackson, Georgia. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane in this Chevy Nova. 17 miles separates the two in the starting line. And the win line's going to come on for Salter as he goes dead on 9. Adams goes 6:31 on that 30 mile limb. Blake Evans coming up next. He's out of Sylvania, Georgia. He'll run up against Randy Lord over there in the Budweiser lane in Pembroke, Georgia. All right, Evans goes through the 6:31 on that 6:30. It's going to bring up Craig Miller next. He's out of Savannah, Georgia. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going against Michelle Linsby out of Panama City Beach. Yeah, red line start there for Craig Miller. Is going to give Michelle the automatic win. There she goes, 6:43. That'll bring up Chris Lewis next. He's out of Rincon, Georgia. Going against Mike Beck out of Guyton, Georgia in the 65 Falcon. All right. Should have Pro Eliminator. You should be in lanes 1 and 2. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator should be in lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles should be in lane 7. Super Pro Bikes should be in lane 7. To our Pro Eliminator. Andy Lindsay coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 684 is going to be the dial in for Ford Mustang. Coming up against Travis Marchand over here in the Budweiser lane. 586 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Camaro. Okay, we got a clean green light start. Here we go to the stripe win light. Travis Marchand gets the win light, 590 on that 586 dial in. Anthony Lindsay goes dead on 9, but can't seal the deal as he's 047 to an 013. 34 10,000ths of a second. Lindsay gets the win light. Brendan George coming up next. 6:15 to dial in for the Pony Pony. Going up against D. Lichty over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 665 dialed in on his 69 Camaro. again, red line start there for Brendan George. He's going to get D-Link to the automatic win line. D goes 666 on his 665. Good run there for him. Brendan goes 610 on the 615. Bill Green coming up next, 605 the dial in for the 68 Camaro. We're going up against Lee Hauser. Hauser over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 718 dialed in. All right, get 12 now. There's the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Bill Green getting the win line here, 607 on that 605. As Hauser goes out with a 720 on a 718. Bart Pangillian coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 670 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going up against Ernie Renfro over here in the Budweiser lane, 668 the dial in for the 70 Camaro. All right, and a clean start here for both drivers. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Bart getting the win line. 674 and 670 dial in. Chad King coming up next. 784 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. He'll be going up against Mark Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. Horton with a 645 dial in, the Chevy Camaro. All right, we got a clean start for both drivers. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Horton getting the win line here as he goes 646 on his 45 dial in. Chad King breaks out with a 782 on a 784. Ken Grant coming up next. He's over here in the Lucas Oil lane at the wheel of the Chevy Nova. Going up against Keith Collins over here in the Budweiser lane, 673 the dial in for the S10. Red line start there for Ken Grant. It's going to give Keith Collins the automatic win. Collins goes 674 on the 73. Grant goes 582 on a 586. Paul Allen coming up next. 707 the dial in for the 72 Maverick. Then we're going up against Dustin Daniel over here in the Budweiser lane. 654 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Lake Butler. Red line start for Daniels, going to give Paul Allen the automatic win. And Allen goes dead on 5. Gets the win line. James Evans coming up next. 698 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang out of Jacksonville. He'll run up against George Emanuel over here in the Budweiser lane, 765. Is the dial in for the Nova out of High Springs. All right, attention in the pits, Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, make your way into lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Dawson Bass going to get the win line here over Mike Gaffney. He goes 722 on that 720 as Gaffney slows to a 730 on his 692. My one coming up here next for Brandon Williams. All right, once again, looking for Super Pro. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Come on down. Super Pro bikes, you should be in the lanes at this time. Junior Street, start making your way to staging lane number 8. Junior Street, let's start making our way to staging lane number 8, please. Sportsman, start making your way into lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6.
Going to let you know it's going to be Super Pro Motorcycle coming up next. Then Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro Class, Junior Street, Pro Motorcycle, and Sportsman. We'll go side by side. I've got to get ready for the next round of competition. Thank y'all for watching On the Spot Motorsports Media.
All right, here we go to the Super Pro Motorcycles. It looks like we're down to a semifinals here. Is where we've got Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 586 is going to be his dial in. Going against Sandy Rodriguez Jr. over here in Budweiser lane. He's got a 563 dialed in. All right, set it down, separates these two at the starting line. Here we go to the strike red light. Sandy Rodriguez Jr. 566 on the 63 dial in. And he takes out Dwayne Schmidt Jr. Dwayne Leachman coming up next. 558 is going to be his dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And here we're up against Roy Hagedorn over here in the Budweiser lane. Roy out of Venice, Florida. He's got a 562 dialed in. And a red line start for Dwayne Leachman is going to give Hagedorn the automatic win. And Hagedorn goes dead on 9. All right, once again, looking for Sportsman. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Need Junior Street back to lane 8, please. Junior Street. Need you back to staging lane number 8, Junior Street. Need Street and Pro Bikes back to lane 7 and Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6, please. Junior Street, lane 8. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Let's start making our way to the staging lanes, please. right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Junior Street to lane 8, Junior Street needed in lane 8, Pro Bikes lane 7, Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Need those cars, start making your way into the staging lanes, please. Junior Street to lane 8, Pro Bikes lane 7, Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Let's start making our way to the staging lanes. All right, here we go into the Blind Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Randy Banger Jr. is going to be over here in Lucas Oil Lane. 482 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Palmetto, Florida. Running is Ron Schaefer over there in the Budweiser Lane. 639 the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Okay, we got 39 pound numbers in the starting line. Here we go to strike red light. It's going to come on down here from Randy Banger Jr. as he goes through the 485 on that 482 dial in. Schaefer goes out with a 641, just 639. Dave Deborah's coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 480 dialed in. He's out of Port McCoy, Florida. He'll be going up against Kurt Carlson over there in the Budweiser Lane. 485 is his dial in. He's out of St. Augustine, Florida. light here. 484 on that 480 dial in. As Kurt Carlson goes out with an 817 on his 485. All right, here we go. As we got Grayson Wright coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 492 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Middleburg. Going against James Hicks Jr. over here in Budweiser lane. 512 the dial in for the track out of Elkton, Florida. Okay, win line's going to come on down there for James Hicks Jr. as he goes 514 on a 512. As Grayson Wright bows out on the 494 on his 492. Hicks was better on the tree, 016 on 072. Here comes Louis Two Shoes, Lou Galley, over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 560 is going to be the dial in for the Corvette out of Fort White. And here we go up against Andrew Kaiser over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 525 dialed in on his dragster out of Green Cove Springs. Red line start for Andrew Kaiser is going to give Luke Alley the red line. Luke goes dead 9. So good run there for Luke. Kaiser went 526 on his 25. He was 002 red. That's going to bring up Brian Jones next. 466 going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Bobby Trunell. Trunell out of Fort White. Got a 534 dialed in. All right, we've got planes covered both lanes. Looks like that about 38,000 difference at the starting line at the stripe. The red line's coming on for Brian Jones. 468 on his 466 dial in. Bobby Trunell is closer to the dial in. He was 535 with a 0 on a 34. Behind on the Christmas tree, 043 to an 006. Mike Bonacci coming up next. Bonacci over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track's got a 501 dialed in. He is out of Ocala. And he'll be running up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. 471 is his dial in. He's out of Alachua, Florida. 479. It's 471 dial in. Ken Grant coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. He's in the drag strut out of Ty, Georgia. He's got a 465 dialed in. Going up against Sherby Powell over here in the Budweiser lane. Sherby with a 660 dialed in on that 1970 Chevy Camaro. All right, 9,000 separates the two in the starting line. Here we go to the starting wing line. It's coming on for Ken Grant, 469 on a 465 dial in. Good run there for him. Sherby goes out with a 664 on his 660 dial in. Mark Horton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 646 dialed in on the Camaro out of Callahan. Going up against Jason Graham over there in the Budweiser lane. 571 is going to be the dial in for the 65 Chevy 2 out of Jacksonville. All right, looks like 24,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's Jason Graham getting the win line here. He goes dead on 5 with a 004 reaction time. He puts a 9,000 pack together. Horton goes 028 and he goes 647 on a 46 dial in. Brendan George coming up next. 487 the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Here we go up against Martin Daniels over here in the Budweiser lane. Daniels with a 495 dial in on this track street out of Jacksonville. Okay, win line's going to go on for Martin Daniels. He goes 496 on that 95 dial in. Brendan Sluggy with a 489 on his 487. Ran a little better on the tree than Martin was, but the difference in the strike was 66 10,000ths of a second. And that's going to bring up Okay, Byron coming up here for Will Highhouse. And Highhouse goes through the 495 on 14. All right, looks like I'm going to have a test hit here for Robbie Little. so it looks like we're down to our semifinals here in Junior Street. And it looks like we're going to have Dylan McNichol coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Pontiac Trans Am. And Hunter Dowling is going to run up there in the Budweiser lane. 1090 will be his dial in for truck. Okay, we got a clean start for both drivers. And it's going to be Dylan McNichol getting the win light here as he goes 9:09 on that 9:02 as Hunter went 11:14 on that 10:90. Hunter actually had the better reaction time, had it covered. It's good to get the truck and run the number down on the top end. Tanner Mockney coming up next in the Dodge pickup truck. He's got 1090 over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll run against Molly Banger over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 1040 dialed in. All right, looks like we may be down to our semifinals here in the Pro Bikes. All right, only 1 foul separates the two of these at the starting line, so this is going to be a tight race down on the top end and on a double breakout. Molly Bangler's going to get the win light here, as they were both going for broke there. Both of them went well underneath the dial-ins. All right, here we go back into the Pro Bikes, and we got Fireball. Jeremy Davis coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Jeremy's got 909 dialed in. And he'll be running against Reginald Harper over here in the Budweiser lane. Harper with a 948 dialed in. He's out on the Palm Coast as well. Red line start there for Reginald Harper is going to give Jeremy Davis the automatic win line. And Jeremy's going to go with a 912 on that 909 dial in. And Harper goes 960 on his 948. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up next. 920 is going to be his dial in. And we're up against Anthony Vieira. That's Vieira. 888 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Palm Coast, Florida. Schmidt's out of Citra. Red light start by Anthony. He's going to give Schmidt the automatic win. Schmidt goes 925 on his 920. And we're going to have a couple of test passes coming up here next. And it looks like we're going to have Larry Berger over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll be going up against Rodriguez over here in the Budweiser lane. Lucas Oil Lane going up against David Mascar over here in the Budweiser lane. Mascar turns on the red light, giving the automatic win here to Mark Van Gillian. Mark with a 12:57 dial in, going to go 12:60 at 109. In next pair coming up, we got Chris Courtney over here in the Lucas Oil Lane, 11:05 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He's out of Gainesville going up against Monica Roberts over there in the Budweiser lane. 12:54 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Red light start for Chris Courtney. He's going to get Monica Roberts the automatic win light. And Monica's going to go through with a 12:59 with a 54 dial in. Chris Courtney goes 11:10 on his 11:05, but he was just pulled the trigger a little bit early. Jen Robards coming up next. 12:90 is going to be the 12:98 the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck out of Jacksonville. Going up against Mitchell Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 13:57 the dial in for the Dodge Charger. All right, junior dragsters, need you to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters, you need it in the lanes, please. Let's start making our way to the staging lanes. 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 and 2, 13 and older, lane 1. Attention in the pits, I need super gas. Back to lanes 5 and 6, please. Super gas. Need you back to lanes 5 and 6. All right, Jen Robards picks up the win here at 13:05 on her 12:98. And that's going to bring up Chad King. He's got 12:40 dialed in on his pickup truck. Once again, need super gas, lanes 5 and 6, super gas. Need you back to lanes 5 and 6. here we are in our 10 to 12-year-olds. We got a rider horse over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 895 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Briella Browning over here in the Budweiser lane. 890 is her dial in. All right, let's get looking for Super Gas. Super Gas, lanes 5 and 6. Super Gas, y'all should be in lanes 5 and 6. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, please. Pro Eliminator, these are lanes 1 and 2. Okay, Briella Browning's got a 007 reaction time, and she's going to put it to good use. She goes 899 on her 890 dial in and gets the win light. Rider goes through the 902 on his 895. He's behind on the Christmas tree with an 073. All right, once again, looking for Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator, get you the lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, it's going to bring up Juliana Edelman over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 790 is her dial in. Going against Curtis Peak over here in the Budweiser lane. 790 is his dial in. Here we go to the strike. Maybe it's going to be Curtis Peak getting the win line here. 791 on the 790 dial in. This Edelman breaks out with a 786 on her 790. Haley Peterson coming up next. She'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 812 is going to be her dial in. She's had a ton of Gorda for you. And looks like we're going to against her Matthew. He's going to be over here in Budweiser lane. He's got a 790 dial in. So it could be a long ride back to Port Gorda for somebody here. There's going to be some bragging rights going on here in just a few minutes. Okay. Matthew's 013. Haley's 037. Matthew gets the win light, 809 on that 790 dial in, as Haley goes out with an 842 on her 812 dial in. That looks like we're going to have a test pass coming up here on Diddle. All right, once again, looking for Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles lane 7. to Super Gas, and we got Blake Evans coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Sylvania, Georgia. The 38 Chevy Roadster over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against Tim Powell out of Ty-Ty, Georgia, the Corvette. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. Alright, 17 now separates us to the starting line here. We go to the stripe, and there's going to be Tim Powell getting the win line here as he goes dead on 5. He gets the win line as Blake Evans breaks out with a 628 on his 630. Daryl Bergeron coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Jessup, Georgia. Now the Dodge Dakota pickup truck going up against J.J. Block out of Pickens, Georgia. He's got 630 to dial in, of course, on his car. Alright, 31,000 difference in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And a double breakout. Daryl Bergeron is going to get the win light here as he goes 629 with a 4. And JJ goes 628 with a 4. Chris Lewis coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil lane and the Chevy Camaro. And Darius Pointier going up over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 630 dialed in as well. Okay, the win line's going to come off for Chris Lewis as he goes through the 634 on that 630 index. Darius goes 633, but he's behind on the Christmas tree. Can't get to the stripe first. Michelle Linsby coming up next. She's out of Panama City Beach, Florida. Going up against Jeff Ashley over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 630 dialed in. All right, Roman Salter over here on the Lucas Oil lane. All right, here we go back to the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Need my Super Pro motorcycles. Super Pro motorcycles need you to lane 7 for your final round. Super Pro bikes, lane 7. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Let me have Super Pro, Flying Brian Super Pro. Start making your way into lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Start making your way into lanes 1 and 2. Need Junior Street to lane 8. Junior Street, you're needed in lane 8. All right, Bill Green and Travis Marchand going at it here. Looks like I've got 12,000 difference at the starting line. It's going to be Travis Marchand getting the win line here as he goes 592 on that 588. Grill, his green slows to a 608 on his 608. 5. Mark Gillian coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 670 is his dial in. He'll be going against Keith Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. Collins with a 674 dial in. All right, we've got 13,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Mark Gillian getting the win line here, 671 at 99 miles an hour. As Collins breaks out, 12 thousandths. Paul Allen coming up next. 707 is going to be the dial in for the 72 Maverick. He'll go up against George Emanuel over there in the Budweiser lane. 765 is the dial in for the Nova out of High Springs. All right, Junior Street, need you back to lane 8, please. Junior Street, need you back to lane 8. Sportsman, let's have you come to lanes 5 and 6. Okay, looks like George Emanuel's going to get the win light here as he goes 767 on that 65 dial in. Good run there for him. Paul Allen bows out with a 709 on his 707 dial in. Dawson Bass coming up next, 721 to dial in for the Mustang out of Jacksonville. Going up against Brandon Williams over here in the Budweiser lane. He's at a break in Florida. All right, 46,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Brandon Williams getting the win line here as he goes 750 on a 747 dial in. And Bass breaks out by 2 thousandths. D. Lichty coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 665 the dial in for the 69 Camaro out of St. John's. They go up against Mark Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. 645 the dial in for his Chevy Camaro. All right, Mark Horton's going to get the win line here as he goes 649 on his 45 dial in. Looks like D went a little closer to the dial in, but was behind on the Christmas tree as he was goes 667 on his 665. All right, looking for Junior Street, the staging lane number 8, please. Junior Street, need you to staging lane number 8. Sportsman, need you back to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, need you back to lanes 5 and 6. All right, we got Roy Hagedorn coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 563 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going against Sandy Rodriguez Jr. He also has 563 dial in. He'll be over here in Budweiser lane. All right, 11,000 separates the two at the starting line. And at the the stripe, it's going to be Hagedorn getting the win light here on a double breakout as he breaks out by 5 thousandths and Sandy breaks out by 15. Tension in the pitch, tension in the pitch. Junior Street. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Junior Street, need you to staging lane 8. All right, looking for Junior Street. Junior Street to lane 8, please. Junior Street, need you to lane 8. Need Pro Bikes. Pro Bikes to lane 7. Pro Bikes, need you to lane 7. Sportsman, need you in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, here we go back into Super Pro, and we got Randy Banger Jr. over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 484 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Palmetto, Florida, going up against James Hicks Jr. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 513 dial in. All right, 3,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Hicks getting the red line. As he goes dead off 9 with a 16 reaction time. Banger goes out with a 487 on his 484 dial in. That'll bring up Brian Jones next, 466 the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's going against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. Vasquez with a 472 dial in. He's out of Lashua. Jones. He goes dead on 5 with a 006 reaction time. Puts 11 pound back together. So get right there for Brian Jones. That's going to bring up Will Highhouse next. 474 is going to be his time in. And Jason Grant over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 571 dial in. Okay, 3 now, separating the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Jason Graham's going to get the win right here. He goes dead on the 8. He was at 36 on the tree. Highhouse goes 75-1. He's out by 11. He had 039 reaction time. So 66 10,000 of a second. Jason Graham gets the win line. That'll bring up Ken Grant next. 469 is going to be the dial in over there in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll go up against Mark Daniels over here in the Budweiser lane. 496 is going to be the dial in. Start there by Mark Daniels is going to give Ken Grant the automatic win. Grant used 466 on his 469. It's going to bring up Dave Demarest. 480 is going to be the dial in on the drag strip of Fort McCoy. He'll be going up against Lou Galley over here in the Budweiser lane. Lou with a 561 dial in for his 77 Corvette. Okay, red light's going to come on for Dave Demarest. He goes dead on 7 with a 10 reaction time. Put a 17 pack together. Lou was 024, but breaks out with a 559 on his 561. Okay, so that's going to bring up our Junior Street final round. And we're going to have Dylan McNichol running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's going to have a 908 dialed in, going up against Molly Banger over there in the Budweiser lane. She'll have a 1010 dialed in. All right, we got a clean green line start. Looks like we're going to have 61 thou difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Dylan McNichol picking up the win light here on a double breakout. All right, so it looks like we're getting ready to go over here to the Pro Bikes. All right, here we go. We got the Pro Bike, final round, and it's going to be Fireball. Jeremy Davis over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 912 is going to be his dial in. Going against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 925 dialed in. Okay, here we go. They're off and running. And here we go to strike. The win line's going to come on down there for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. as he goes dead on 3. Picks up the win. Fireball Davis breaks out with a 908 on his 912. All right, need my junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, need you to make your way back to the staging lanes. 69-year-olds in 8, 10 to 12 in 2, 13 and over lane 1. All right, here we go into sportsmen. Looks like we're down to 5. And we got Jen Robards coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's out of Jacksonville, going against Chad King over here in the Budweiser lane. 1240 is his dial in. Red line start there by Chad King. He's going to get Jen Robards out by the win. And Jen's going to go through with a 1298 on that 1303. Chad King slowing down. Goes 1890. 50 miles an hour. All right, comes the next pairs. We got Monica Roberts coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1256 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Showing up Tim Pafford over there in the Budweiser lane. 1154 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Adel, Georgia. All right, here we go. They're all staged and ready to go. And Monica's off and running. We got a clean green line starting both lanes, and it looks like 12,000 separates the two at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. The win light's going to come on down there for Tim Pafford as he goes 11:56 on his 11:54. Monica goes 12:60 on her 56. Monica was 003 to an 015. And Bart Van Gillian's got your bye run. He's just going to take the tree and back out of the way and get ready for the semifinals in Sportsman. All right, once again, need my junior dragsters. Junior dragsters need you back to the lanes. Junior dragsters need you back to the lanes. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8. 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2. 13 and older lane 1. Need y'all start making your way back to the lanes, please. Super Gas. Super Gas. Need you back to lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Gas. Need you back to lanes 5 and 6. All right, once again, need my juniors back to the lanes. Juniors, need you back to the lanes. I need Super Gas. Super Gas, back to lanes 5 and 6. Super Gas, lanes 5 and 6. All right, Super Gas. Super Gas, need you back to lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Gas, need you back to lanes 5 and 6, please. Need my junior dragsters back in the lanes. Junior dragsters, need you back to the lanes, please. All right, attention in the pits. I need Super Gas. Super Gas, lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Gas, need you back to lanes 5 and 6. Order Super Gas back to the lanes, please. Super Gas, need y'all back to the lanes. Juniors, if you're still in it, need you back in the lanes. All right, here we go back to our junior dragsters. Then we got Grayson Edelman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be the dial in. Going against Waylon Bennett over here in the Budweiser lane. 1198 is his dial in. Okay, we've got 19,000 separates the two of these in the starting line. And it's going to be Grayson Edelman getting the win line here, 892 on an 890 dial in as Waylon Bennett slows to a 1209 on his 1198. Sierra Haight coming up next. 891 is going to be her dial in. She's out of Keystone Heights. And Wright Cook over here in the Budweiser lane, he's got an 891 as well. Sierra Haight's got the win lane for her. She goes 892 on the 891 as Ryan Cook breaks out with an 888. Byron coming up here for Briella Browning. She's got an 890 dialed in. So, Briella off and running. And she goes 877 on that 890. That'll bring up Kylie Mockney next. She'll be able to go on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's out of Venice, Florida. So this is your final round here. You got Kylie Mockney over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 1190 is the dial in, going against young Mr. Lewis. You got 1214 dialed in over here in the Budweiser lane. Red light start over there in the Budweiser lane is going to give Kylie Mockney the automatic win light. And she goes to the 1187 on her 1190. All right, here we go with our 13 and older. We got Curtis Peak over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Matthew Peterson over there in the Budweiser lane. Both drivers with 790 dial-ins. So heads up run here. Okay, we've got 23 down difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Curtis Peak getting the win line here as he goes dead on two as Matthew Peterson breaks out with a 787 on that 790 dial-in. Just a test hit coming up here for Tyler Biddle. All right, attention to the pits. Super gas, super gas. Looks like I'm looking for a couple of more. Super gas. Need you in the lanes, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Steve Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Steve Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Super gas, need you to lanes 5 and 6. Super gas, lanes 5 and 6. Attention to pits, Chris Lewis, need you in the staging lanes for super gas, please. All right, here we go down to super gas. We're down to 5. Roman Salter coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Guyton, Georgia in the 91 Trans Am. But he has Tim Powell over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Titan, Georgia, driving the Corvette Roadster. separate the two at the starting line. And the win light's coming on for Roman Salter. 631 on a 30 dial in. Powell goes 632 on his 30 dial in. That's going to bring up Daryl Bergeron next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Jessup, Georgia, driving the Dodge Dakota pickup. And he'll run up against Chris Lewis over here in the Budweiser lane. Driving the Camaro Roadster. Separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Bergeron getting the win light here, 632 on the 30 dial. As Chris Lewis goes too quick by 0.02 of a second. And that'll bring up the bye run for Michelle Lensby out of Panama City Beach, Florida. And Michelle goes dead on with a 0. All right, attention in the pits, I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro, need you to lanes 1 and 2. All right, here we go into Pro Eliminator. We got Travis Marchand over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 589 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Camaro. We're right up against Mark Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. Horton out of Callahan, Florida's got a 640 dialed in. Okay, we got a green light start. 8,000 separate the two at the starting line. This will be a close one. Here we go. It's going to be Mark Horton getting the win light here on a double breakout. He breaks out by 5,000, and Travis broke out by 8. Bart Van Gillian coming up next. 670 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going up against George Emanuel over here in the Budweiser lane. George with a 767 dial in. He's out of High Springs. All right, once again, need Super Pro to the lanes, please. Super Pro, need you to the lanes. both lanes. Looks like 5 now separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the strike, and the win light comes on for Bart Payne Gilly, and as he goes 675 on that 670 dial in, George goes out with a 776 on his 767. And that'll bring up the final run for Brandon Williams. Brandon goes through with a 748 with a 1 on a 748 9 land. Good run there for him. He was 12 on the Christmas tree, put a 13 dial back together. All right, let me get Sportsman. Sportsman, need you back to the lanes, please. Sportsman, let's get you back in the lanes. Get my 10 to 12-year-old juniors. Thank you. Get y'all back up in the lanes. Need Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. to Super Pro. We're going to have Jason Graham coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 571 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy 2 Nova out of Jacksonville. He'll be running up against James Dixon Jr. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. 513 is his dial in. He's out of Elkton, Florida. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes. And at the stripe, it's going to be James Dixon Jr. getting the win light here. 516 on a 513 as Jason Graham bows out with a 572 on his 571. Dave Demarest coming up next. 480 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Fort McCoy, Florida. We're out against Ken Grant over here in the Budweiser lane. 468 the dial in for Grant. All right, we had a clean start here. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Dave Demarest getting the win light here. 482 on that 480 dial in. Ken Grant breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. All right, looks like we got a buy run going to get him up here for Brian Jones. He's got a 466 dial in. All right, here comes flying Brian Jones. All right, need my 10 to 12-year-old junior dragster finalists make your way back to the staging lanes, please. And Brian Jones goes through the 467 on his 66 dial in. Looks like we're getting ready for our semifinal round here in Sportsman. soil side of the track, 12:53 to dial in for the Corvette. Running against Tim Pafford over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 11:53 dialed in. He's out of Adel, Georgia. So 1 second head start goes to Ben Gillian. And here we go, the stripe in, the wind light comes on for Tim Pafford as he goes 11:59 on that 53 dial in. And your buy run coming up here next for Jen Robards. All right, so Jen goes through with a 1294 on her 1298 dial in. All right, here we go with our semifinals in the 10 to 12-year-old junior dragsters. We got Sierra Hay coming over there on the soil side of the track. 891 is going to be her dial in. And Briella Browning will be over here in the Budweiser lane. 890 is going to be her dial in. Okay, 12 now separates the two of them at the starting line. Here we go at the stripe. Your win line's going to come on down there for Sierra Hay. She goes through with an 894 on her 891 dial in. Good run for her. Briella Browning goes 892 on an 890. So 38 10,000ths of a second was your margin of victory for Sierra Hay. Fire run coming up here for Grayson Edelman. Land Lakes, Florida. 890 is going to be his dial in. Teresa Grayson goes good with an 895 on an 890. That'll put him in the finals. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need Pro and Super Pro back to the lanes. Super Gas, need you back to the lanes. Super Gas, you can come to lanes 5 and 6. Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Let's cool them and fuel them. Let's get them back in the lanes, please. Once again, Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Super Gas, lanes 5 and 6.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Carolina Callahan. He was winner here last night. Looks like he's in the semifinals here again, looking to move on. First, he's got to get by Brandon Williams. He's over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 748 dialed in. He's out of Bradenton, Florida. Red line start by Mark Horton is going to give Brandon Williams the automatic go to the final round. And he goes through the 746 when he's 48. And he'll be going up against Martin Pangillian, your bye run here in the semifinals. And Martin and Brandon Williams facing off down here in just a little bit. All right, here we go with our semifinals in Super Pro. Looks like our bye run's going to come out first. This is Dave Demarest out of Fort McCoy, Florida. 480 is going to be the dial in. All right, so Dave goes through the 481 on that 480 dial in, so he's ready to go. So find out who he's going to run against. It's going to be Flying Brian Jones over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 467 dialed in, or is it going to be James Dixon Jr.? He's out of Elton, Florida. He has a 512 dialed in. All right, here we go. Flying Brian's got it all staged up. Now Hicks. And we got a green light start there, dead even on the starting line. 0-11 reaction times in both lanes, and it's going to be Flying Brian Jones hitting it dead on with a 0. Hicks hits it dead on with a 0. Your margin of victory, 0-0-0-5. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a drag race. All right, looks like we're going to our sportsman final round. All right, need my Super Gas finalists back to the lanes. Super Gas finalists, need you back to the lanes. Need Pro DT finalists back to the lanes. Super Pro finalists to the lanes. All right, so here we go with our sportsman final round. We're going to have Tim Pafford over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11:55 is the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Adel, Georgia. Here we're up against Jen Robards over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 1294 dial in. She's out of Jacksonville, Florida, in her S10. Red light start there for Jen Robards. Going to give Tim Pafford the automatic win light. So Pafford goes through with 11:58. He was 050 on the tree. Jen goes 12:82. She was 106 red. All right, so it looks like we're down to about 3 races left. That's going to be the Super Gas final as well as our Pro and Super Pro final. So as soon as y'all can cool them and fuel them, let's get those up in the lanes so we can get everybody on the way home. All right, AJ, don't shake your head. She went further than you did today.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
believe this 10 to 12-year-old class right here.
Okay, we had a green light start. Looks like 16 thou separates the two at the starting line. Here we go. The strike your win line. It's going to come on down there for Grayson Edelman. 893 with a 4 on an 893 dial in. Sierra goes 893 with a 1 on her 891. All right, here we go with our Pro Eliminator final round, and we're going to have Bart Pangillian over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 670 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going against Brandon Williams over here in Budweiser Lane. Brandon with a 749 dial in. He's out of Bradenton, Florida. Red line start by Bart Pangillian is going to give Brandon Williams the automatic win. And Brandon goes through the 746 on a 49. Bart went 668 on his 670. All right, need my Super Gas finalists to the lanes, please. Super Gas, need you to the finals for final rounds. Need you in the lanes, please. Super Gas. Super Pro to the lanes. Super Pro, need you to the lanes. our Super Gas final round, and it's going to be Daryl Bergeron over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Jessup, Georgia, driving the Dodge Dakota, and he'll run against Roman Salter. He's out of Gainesville, Georgia, in the 91 Trans Am. Roman looking to double up. See, he won here yesterday afternoon. He'd like to do it again. Difference at the starting line. And your win line's going to come on down there for Daryl Bergeron. 6:33 on the 30 is Roman breaks out with a 6:23 on the 6:30, and Roman behind on the Christmas tree by 30 thousandths as well. So congratulations to Daryl Bergeron. You are the Super Gas winner here today. And that brings us down to one, the Super Pro final round. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the final race of the day, the Super Pro final round. Flying Brian Jones, going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 467 to dial in. On the dry shot of Orange Park, going up against Dave Demarest. He's out of Fort McCoy, Florida. 481's his dial in. Red line start by Flying Brian Jones is going to give Dave Demarest the automatic win light. He goes dead on with an 8 with an 0:11 reaction time, so good run there for Demarest. Brian Jones red lit by 10, went 468. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming and being with us here at Gainesville Raceway for the weekend. We look forward to seeing you next time. Please stay safe on your way home, and we will see you next time. Good night, everybody.
I want to thank everyone watching On the Spot Motorsports Media this weekend. Sorry about the problems with the cameras yesterday, but hey, looks like we got it all sorted out for today. Don't forget to catch our podcast Thursday night, as we'll have Kenny Delco joining us to talk about his 2024 season so far this year and the gains that he made during the off season. Again, we appreciate y'all watching us, and we'll see you Thursday night.